Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata, greatest living draftsman, and I've got a new course out, Design Fundamentals. It's meant to help you understand design on a comprehensive and principled level and show you how to run projects that build skills and contribute to a portfolio. Maybe you want to be a concept artist, an illustrator, a fine artist, or just the most badass hobbyist on your block. Whatever you want to do with art, if you ever want to do anything vaguely original, you need to understand design. You need a process and a mental framework for getting to something new rather than just copying what you've seen before or photos of stuff that already exists. If you do want to improve at design, that process, that mental framework, it does exist. It's based on the principles of design, and I've spent the past year, wait, is it more than a year? Oh my God, this took forever. I've spent the past whatever putting this course together, full of my insights into the elements of art and the principles of design. Across 10 assignments in this course, you will be concepting your own imagined video game. You'll come up with the overall idea, you'll pick a theme, you'll write a treatment, and you'll design assets that give you a chance to practice all these new concepts. And at the end, all of these individual assignments come together into a cohesive final image. When I designed this syllabus, I wanted to make the course I wish I had taken back in my first year of school. And I did. If I was asked to teach Design 1 at Art Center today, I would just play these videos as my lectures, and this is the same cohesive, practical, fun assignment I would make the students do all semester. Also, just like a college course, everyone gets my feedback on all 10 assignments. In the exclusive course community, you can post your work to get feedback from me and your peers, and there's even a video workroom that's always open so you can hang out together while you work. So if you're interested, go to zapatacourses.com/designfundamentals and check it out. And I will see you on the other side of the mystical gateway of design.
Come in. Oh,
Hello, Joseph, is it?
hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh, Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you do this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with form from imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about form from imagination. All right, we're golden now. We are golden now. We're back. Yeah, so stupid. I have one of those printers that's you print through the Wi-Fi network, but I use a different router than the router that the printer is connected to, because the router is better, and we leave some of the less important stuff on the other router. And whenever I go connect to that router to print on the printer, and then I go back to mine, and for some reason, whenever I do that, whenever I go back, the internet's never quite right. Never quite right after that. It's very spotty. And I forgot to reset the modem because I did have to print something this morning. Hello to Peter, Sharp, Calador, Yuri Huang, Lack Aslam, Bendik, Solbakken, Cloud Hopper, 90s Terminator, Daryl Grant 36, and Uncle Joseph Marziliano, and the new terrain. Let me put the chat up here to glorify you all for posterity. There we go. And I gotta make you guys a little higher. Am I becoming a better streamer? I know if I pull to the left, yes, if I pull to the left, that makes you guys the right size. That's better. Hello, Stefan Gobert, Ambroise, Seth Hatt, and Radu Draws. Am I loud enough? Are we experiencing loudness? Are we feeling an appropriate and beautiful amount of volume? Volume, volume, volume. Does my voice sound clear? All right, I gotta clean off some parts of my desk here. It's all getting a little crazy. We're just doing a lot of mess in it lately. Yo, dog, you got them markers? We got them markers, boy. It's the last day of the sale. Don't forget. Last day of the sale. Design Fundamentals, Form from Imagination, on sale, big sale, big discounts. Get that feedback. Get connected. In the community, getting feedback. And also my courses on Proco, my smaller tutorials that I have over on Proco, those are also on sale for Black Friday. You can go to Proco. I'm right up there. I'm never far from reach over on Proco. You pick them up there on Proco on their Black Friday sale as well. You also get all of those tutorials if you get the Form from Imagination Premium Edition. They're all a bonus thrown into that edition. We learn to draw, we improve at drawing, we dance. And we're in Sketchbook land today because is there really anything better than Sketchbook land? What are we doing today? We're just doing a lot of drawing. Huge amount of drawing. Is that what I called the video? Huge amount of drawing? I can't see. What is this stream actually called? Tons of drawing. Tons of drawing, indeed. Indeed, sir. Tons of drawing, indeed, sir. Stable stream, very nice. Yeah, we fixed it. I knew I just needed to reboot the damn router. It happens every time. If I don't reboot that router after switching to the other router to print, I always get an unstable connection. Always a problemo. A problemo. Hey. Bendick says, I've drawn a lot, but never gone deeper on design than you get on YouTube. And I feel you dispelled some of those TikTok rules for me pretty quick in that module. Glad to hear it. Indeed, that was a big goal of mine with the course. Anyone who's going to go deep into art, deep into design, really any aspect of art, but certainly design, you need to learn that the rules are not rules. If the rules were rules, there would be no design. We would just be doing the objectively right thing over and over and over again, and there would really be no artists. It would just be rote repeaters. Because it's not like that, because things are infinitely flexible and always open to change and interpretation and the undermining of the so-called rules, that's what that makes it so that art can last forever. Dino Blaster says, Venom drawing phase? It was never a phase. That's right. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always drawing Venom. This, I wanted to frick around with my red marker today, though. So now this, like when I sketched this, I was thinking of Venom. This sketch is a few days old. When I sketched this, I was thinking of Venom, but because I made it red, now it's Carnage. It's that simple. Joe says, Steve, what are some big fake art rules you see a lot? Number one big fake art rule is that you can get better than me. That's a rule a lot of people talk about. They say, oh, if you put in effort, you can get better than Steven Zapata. You can't. You can't. Fake rule. Not true. Truth of art is that you can't. I'll always be better than you. I'm number one. I'm the best. It's undeniable. It's clear. You resist the truth at your own peril. You can do a lot of other things in art, but you can't get better than me. How wholesome, right? This is straight up Carnage, though. It can't be Carnage for real, though, because there's a little bit of blue and green down here. So it can't be Carnage. That's how frozen in stone dogmatic designs work. Because I introduced this little shift in hue, it's not Carnage. It's something else, but it's not Carnage. You can't say it's Carnage. The fans won't enjoy it. In fact, it'll enrage people. They'll say, that's not Carnage, that's Bloonage. That's not Carnage, that's Bloonage. Meh. Hello, Jesus the Comeback. Christ returns, and he will raise you up on YouTube's wings, bear you on the breath of YouTube, make you to shine like Mr. Beast. Let Meckel says, hey, Steven, your dream pictures video helped me a lot. Thanks. That reminds me that I have to message someone back about some dream picture questions. but I'm glad. I'm very glad I helped. Folks, you gotta make the art you want to make, folks. You can't spend forever just practicing your skills in the abstract. Do you even know if they're useful if you're not regularly vetting them, using your actual raw creativity? That's right, you're not. And you don't know if they're useful, and you might be wasting your time. We're going to the replay cameras, Dan, to find out what racist voice that was intended to be, actually. Yeah, that was a tough one. Steven's impressions are truly terrible, and honestly, they protect him from being canceled because no one can quite pin down what marginalized group he's making fun of when he does an impression. Honestly, it's a great technique from one viewpoint, but eventually this is all going to backfire on him. Do we want music today? What's the plan here? What is the plan here? What am I feeling? Do I want a little Mega Man in the background? Or do I just want silence? Maybe we could do silence. For some reason, I don't mind silence when I'm drawing on my own, but when I'm on stream, something about it. Maybe it's like the music becomes like a continuous ping reminding me like you're live, you're live, you're live. Could that be it? Frankly, Yo says, good day from Australia. How's everyone doing? We're doing great. I think everybody's doing great. I can speak for everybody on this one, and everybody's doing great. What do you use for your streaming setup? I stream from OBS. I have a PC that is I think it's the higher part of like a mid-range PC. The main thing is that I have when I picked my graphics card, I got the 4070 Ti, the NVIDIA 4070 Ti, which is not really that super high end, but I got it because, I don't play a lot of games or do a lot of 3D. I don't actually need that much power in a graphics card. I picked the cheapest card that had 2 NVENC encoders in it because NVENC is what reduces the load on your system and puts it just on the graphics card. It's like these separate encoding chips that are on newer graphics cards that they just take most of the load for doing things like this, like streaming. So a lot of the newer graphics cards have one of them. I picked the cheapest one that had 2 to make it even so that I could, stream and record at the same time without really affecting my system much at all. So that's the graphics card that I run. The camera is the Lumix GH5, which is getting pretty old, but it's still a great camera. My microphone is a Rode NTG5. And the overhead rig that I use is one used for unboxing videos by YouTubers, and that is called the Glide Gear, and it comes in a bunch of different sizes. So you would just pick the size that fits the usual maximum paper size you would use. So I don't remember what the exact size on this one is. I just know that typically the biggest I go with the drawing is 24 inches wide. So I just picked the one that would fit over a 24-inch piece of paper. Hold on a second. Sorry, there's someone parked outside and the dogs are barking, so I was just making sure I knew what was going on. Just an Amazon package drop-off. The dogs will never understand. Why do these strangers come near our home and leave mysterious packages? We don't know what's in the packages. Tekented said, is becoming successful in art possible without a mentor? Absolutely. I mean, it may be difficult, but of course it's possible. Anything's possible in art. There have been plenty of great artists that amazingly have been completely self-taught. But you definitely don't need to feel that way. If you're interested in getting a mentor, get one, you know? There's no reason to resist it. I've recently been feeling like, damn, I could use a mentor, you know? For like, not the like, more for like the second part of the art journey, you know? Not the like getting initially good thing, none of that, but like a mentor for like keeping the ball rolling after you've been doing it for all those years. Like, I would like a wizened old sage. But I haven't really found anybody who I jive with to that level quite yet. I used to have someone like that in back when I lived in LA. But he's still in LA, and I don't know if I'm gonna have a mentor. I'd like it to be someone I could see more regularly in person, you know. Got our sheet of marker paper with our trophy for kill on it. I'm just resizing it. Sketchbook. I think Steve Houston would be helpful in these dark times. Marshall Vandruff. Yeah, those are all great dudes. But nah, I want a mentor I could see in person. You know, I'd need someone East Coast. You know, I don't need any more of my life happening like over Zoom and and screens. I don't like working with markers at all, but you somehow make everything look cool. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bendick says, I wish I had heard your part about skill versus project-based learning back in like 2019. Would have saved me a few sketchbooks with floating Loomis heads and bodies. I've been out here trying to preach the good word since before 2019. But you know what? You know, who you have to blame for that is the algorithm. The damn algorithm. The algorithm should have been spreading my gospel much wider long ago, and also currently. Much wider currently, and I guess just much wider. Oh wait, I forgot to honor patrons. Do we have any patrons? Let's see. Any new Patreons? When did I stream? 2 days ago? On the 29th? Yes, we have one new one. Ariane McMillan is a new patron, is signed up, is committed, is supporting what we do here, is in the Patreon, is in the Discord, is now in the hallowed halls of glory. Thank you, Ariane McMillan. Ariane McMillan is locked in and tied up, actually. Tied up by vines, yeah. Tied up by vines from a sentient tree that caught Ariane after getting a little bit lost in a wicked wood. Getting pulled into the body of the tree now by the vines, unfortunately, Ariane McMillan, and we're all waving. We're all saying it's been great adventuring with you. Hopefully, when your consciousness melds with the tree consciousness, that's not going to amount to just a complete obliteration of your consciousness, but hopefully a sort of summation of your consciousness and the interconnected consciousness of the woods. We can hope. We can hope. In fact, we are all hoping. Let's hope that's it. Let's hope that's what's going on. Thank you, Ariane. Thank you. Visitor 05 says, hello, hope all is well. All is well. Do not besmirch the name of the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful algorithms. Oh, Joey, Oh, you get blessed by the algorithm once and suddenly you're on its side. Suddenly you're like, oh, the algorithm does know what's good. Mm-hmm. Well. A fair weather hater, are we? A fair weather hater. A true hipster. A true pretentious hipster like me is against the algorithm even when they're blessed by it. I'm going to doodle here for a bit. Johnny Pearson gives $5. Thank you so much, Johnny Pearson. I appreciate it. Steven's drawing and philosophizing his ass off, as always. As always. What else is there to do in this corrupted, lost age? You must draw. You must philosophize. Thank you so much for the donation. You know we're going to turn it into pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my boy. I got to tell you, I was giving the boy some pure uncut Colombian coffee earlier today. He was amped up. Really amped up. And I know this Johnny Pearson package of coffee is only going to get him even more amped up. Thank you, Johnny. The dogs, if I could just, it would just be so easy. I could just hold their head in my hand and apply a steady pressure. I'm going to get them out of that room. Go on, girls. Get out. Out. Come. Go on, my pretties. Go. Go on, my pretties. Away with you. Away, sweet ones. Do you use any fixatives on your sketches? Because I don't see any smudging. No. I'll only fix a finished drawing, like a really elaborate finished drawing. And I'll only fix it if there is a lot of powder on it. If it's all pencil, hard pencil, I'll leave it be. I won't fix it. If I've used a lot of, for my bigger drawings, if they have a lot of big dark areas, I'll use a little pastel powder. Or for certain effects that I want in the drawing. If there's a bunch of pastel powder, I'll fix that. Because that needs to be fixed. That will, If there's enough of that on there, you can just wiggle the piece of paper and it'll actually start sliding off just from being wiggled. But if it's just pencil, nah. It's going to be a lot of sketchbook experiments today, I can tell. I just want to use all my markers. Just color over a bunch of pencil drawings. Hello, Savior Centauri. How's Appetito doing? He's doing great. Do you make it a point to draw in traditional and digital every day? What's your routine like? No. I just do whatever needs doing each day. That's all. Lax says, any advice for someone who is struggling with the fears and uncertainty of pursuing the path of art and creation? Feeling burdened at the moment, and I would appreciate how you tackle with these feelings. I mean, lacking more specifics just when it comes to general fears and uncertainty. To some degree, they're just an intrinsic part, I wish I could give you a more comforting response, but I think it would be disingenuous, like the fear and uncertainty will remain for the most part. I mean, I still feel fear and uncertainty with regularity. Your relationship to them changes, when you're earlier on, the fear and uncertainty can feel very, very ultimate, like something's going to come of it. There can be this looming just assumption, certainty that, yes, with how intense this feeling is, something's going to happen, right? I'm going to quit. I'm going to go hungry. Something terrible is going to happen. Then the benefit of experience comes in. You cycle through that many, many, many times, and you see, hopefully, if you're dedicated and also if you're lucky, you see, oh no, here I am. I'm still doing it. I didn't die. I didn't go hungry. There wasn't a great disaster. And there's another day to draw. And here I am, sitting and drawing again. When you have that happen enough times, eventually things start to change. At the next time that the fear and uncertainty come, you can't they're still there. They're still being experienced in the body, but you can't take them quite as seriously. You do start seeing them as, well, here it is again. this weed that keeps sprouting in the garden. And I know from experience, this too will pass. It's going to come and it's going to go, and I will find myself drawing peacefully again at some point. And that doesn't then make the fear and uncertainty immediately go away, but it does change your relationship to it. It does sort of take the biting edge off of it, I personally find. You can kind of sit with it easier. You're like, yeah, all right, well, life shit up and down, right? So let's just feel this until it's over. Have a cookie. Have a cookie, little milk, have an argument with somebody. Back to business as usual. Again, it does require some luck. Considerable luck. You do need the good luck to be able to keep going, you know, not get terribly sick and things like that, not get hit by a bus, not have someone you take care of get terribly sick. You know, to make clear how much I ascribe to luck and how little I ascribe to hard work or grittiness, let's not forget that I don't believe in free will, right? So luck swallows everything. Aren't I just the most optimistic, chipper art YouTuber? Certainly. Peter says, what do you think of House of Leaves so far? It's the book with the weird spacing and pages, right? Yeah, I'm not even halfway through it, but I like it. I think it's really cool. I'll reserve a more detailed or effusive review for when I've actually finished it. I get to teach an 8 and a 9-year-old. Any advice on how to get their attention? The 9-year-old is immersed in drawing, but the 8 is getting bored easily. I've never had to teach that age, but I would basically just, an 8-year-old has to be interested in something, right? So find out what's really exciting them, and then find a way to mix it with drawing, It's like if they're obsessed with, a particular cartoon or a video game or something. I don't know if they're playing games at that age, but if they are, find out, talk to them about it, and then maybe have them draw a character from that game. You could have them boot the game and kind of move the character around and pose them, and then sort of do like a reference drawing of their actual character. It's probably going to wind up being a Roblox avatar. But that might keep them interested, because then they'll be, they get to play the game, right? It's not even abstracted. I've had that work for adults who really struggle with attention, so it should work for a kid. Savior Siantar says, from where did you get that écorché behind you? That is from Anatomy Tools. It is the Andrew Carse sculpture. I'm not sure if they sell this one anymore, if they maybe replaced it with a different one, or it might be out of stock or something. I think the last time I looked, it was out of stock with no restock date. But they sell smaller ones that are probably just as good or better, maybe more accurate or something. I think the newer ones are more like a ZBrush model that gets printed, though. I always like that. As far as I know, Andrew Carse actually, sculpted that thing and then they molded it. A little more of the human touch, right? You may prefer something a little more digital, though. I don't know. Rocco Natale says, would you mind quickly going over your part again on skill versus project-based learning? I'd like to hear it. It would be a long discussion. It takes a long time to go over it in like workshop or in the in my courses. But the basic, to shorthand it, you shouldn't be, I really think, you shouldn't be learning skills in abstract. I think that your skills should be learned on project, working on projects. I think too many young artists today are like, I don't know, they're just wasting too much time like just learning perspective, like technical perspective. Maybe that's a bad example because maybe there's not that many people taking that seriously, but they're like just learning perspective without in the process being given creative challenges with perspective. They're like just drawing 1,000 boxes, and at the end of a year of practice, they're like, I drew 20,000 boxes. And they didn't realize that that is not going to directly transfer to drawing a city, or drawing their city, or drawing a cool environmental design or something like that. It's like, if you're going to learn anatomy, and running concurrently with learning anatomy, be working on, something that utilizes anatomy. You're working on a project for a portfolio where you're designing 10 characters for a team. And yeah, you go and learn a little technical book anatomy, but then every night you're drawing those characters. And that is teaching you where your anatomy knowledge is actually improving, and where you're missing things, and what's useful and what isn't, You need that to find what parts of the learning are actually relevant for your art and what aren't, right? Like, in the extreme, we need to remember that you're not required to learn something like perspective. It may turn out that for your kind of art, you don't need to know any perspective. That's okay. That's allowed. Not every artist needs to know and do everything. User says, Steven, I'm curious what it was like for you when you first started filming your art process. Did it start out feeling distracting, or was it something you adapted to quickly, having a camera running? It's still distracting. Like, I'm never, when I'm streaming or something like that, if I'm regularly answering questions, there's no way I'm at my maximum drawing ability, right? So it's still distracting. I just accept it. It's not a big deal, Let's not forget that my 70% is most people's 50,000%. So it's just really not a big deal, I don't have to worry about it. Oh. Yuri says, I find it difficult to wrap my head around free will doesn't exist. Can you lay out how you come to the conclusion? And then I see some stuff about, more messages about free will. Some stuff about destiny and fate. All right, let me answer this easy question about paper first, and then I'll read some more of the messages about free will, and then we'll talk about it a bit. Where'd it go? Here it is. Guat Zealot says, boring question here, but have you noticed quality decline in Strathmore 400 series paper due to temperature changes and or air humidity? Context here is that I carry some sheets in my backpack. If they feel like leave them in the sunlight or it is very humid, I do notice that the pads tend to buckle, so the paper gets like wavy. But once that temperature situation ends, they flatten out. Like I've always seen them just go back to perfectly flat. I don't really notice, even on a very humid day, that the working qualities are different. I just noticed that the sheet is annoyingly not perfectly flat. But yeah, I'm just like, all right, that's annoying, and I'll draw on it and deal with the fact that it's a little buckly. But then once the humidity goes down, wake up the next day, the pad's flat and the piece of paper I was drawing on is flat again. So yeah, I noticed that change, but it's not a big deal to me. It's very good quality paper in general. I think on occasion, I thought maybe the buckling remained after some humidity exposure or sitting in the sun or something like that. And then I just laid some books on top of the pad and it went back to being perfectly flat. I say the word perfectly flat, maybe not perfectly flat, but as flat as you would expect a pad you've been tossing around and using to be. Definitely flat compared to the wavies all throughout that you might see on a very humid day. All right, I had a lot of tea right before stream. I'm going to run to the restroom. And then I'll crucify myself on free will. I don't need this. I'm not listening to music. Okay. All right, so Yuri says, I find it difficult to wrap my head around the free will doesn't exist thing. Can you lay out how you came to the conclusion? And then A25 asks, do you believe in destiny, fate? If so, do you think anything can truly be ascribed to luck? That's an interesting way to frame it. And then Carswell's Coat says, talking of darkness and free will, my beloved cat has just literally sprayed all over a pile of my filled sketchbooks, which I was about to move elsewhere. Art critics everywhere, it seems. Sprayed? Sprayed what? Sprayed what? That's of great interest to me. Vomit? Piss? Poop? And then we have Guatzalot saying, Quetzalcoatl's saying to Yuri, listen to Sam Harris for approachable content on free will. That's definitely a place you could look at. If you're really interested, I would say, let me see if I missed any other comments here. Quetzal says, we all have a will, but it need not be free. That's why game theory applies to non-person entities such as companies and DNA. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's the basic idea. So if you want like a really good in-depth explanation of like how you might come to the conclusion that there is no free will, I generally, not completely, but I generally agree with like, you could read Robert Sapolsky's Determined, and that would give you a sort of close enough approximation of the non-spiritual side of why I think free will isn't real. Hold on. So if you're really, really interested, that would probably be more cumulative than anything I could say quickly. At this point, so I'm struggling to talk about it here because at this point, I just really so much don't feel like there's free will that I struggle to maintain the position of imagining that it exists. I really don't get it. I'm really not sure what people mean. It seems that everybody, when you get down to like what is free will, they're just like, the best answer people seem to give is almost like the compatibilist answer, but in the end, I don't agree with the compatibilist. The idea that like, basically, so long as there's not a gun to my head, any decision that I make without a gun to my head is free will. And that's just not what I'm looking for. It isn't. You know, I'm not interested in a discussion of free will that only becomes interesting in context where I'm being coerced by a murderer. You know, it's too far out at the extremes, and I don't know. It's irrelevant to me, and I don't see that's how what anybody's looking for in an interesting discussion about free will, or forget interesting, but like a really serious discussion of free will. Because when you get right down to it, science, self-observation, and the wisdom traditions of mysticism and all the religions, basically all, not all, because there's serious outliers like Christianity that really depend on the dogmatic proposition that there is free will, right? So not all, I shouldn't have said that about religion, but a lot of mysticism and tradition. So all three of those things, science, observation, and mystical insight and mystical tradition, all point to the same thing, that you don't have it, that it isn't real. What it seems to be, at least for me, is what the number one piece of evidence people have for free will is that they feel they have it. And if you haven't yet learned in life that feelings can be wrong, I have nothing to submit to you. Like, life just needs to teach you that. Once life has taught you that your subjective personal feelings can be wrong, can be driven by illusion, by self-deception, then we have to sort of put aside the idea that the feeling that you have free will is good evidence for it. And then what it is beyond that seems to be a social convention, a very useful social convention that allows us to be proud of ourselves, hate people, and put people in prison. I think, for the record, you can still do all three of those things, even if there's no free will. Clearly, because there isn't, and we still do all those things and all that. But that seems to be mostly what free will is. Beyond that, you try to find evidence, there's none to present. You try to put it somewhere, there's nowhere to put it within the chain of causality. if you look at the science, oh my God, I mean, the science is harrowing and humbling. I mean, the foresight with which scientific equipment can now detect action potentials in neurons and not just know that you've made your decision before you consciously report it, but can actually say, you know, which decision you're going to make. You know, you're going to pick the light on the left or the light on the right. The margins are getting pretty brutal. You know, I think the last I read, I think I remember reading they were clear over a full second. Like it's not even down to milliseconds now. It might be at 2 seconds ahead of you actually consciously being able to report the decision. And science seems to have borne out that that's true on small decisions and big decisions. There's amazing bodies of scientific scholarship on things like these, the split brains, people who have had their corpus callosum cut and have, it seems, created 2 conscious centers in the brain that are in competition with each other and can have different ends. And most importantly, they confabulate justifications for, they confabulate free will explanations for things they did not do. That's probably, split brain experiments are super interesting on their own, but the part that directly intersects with free will is that, the confabulation quality of split brain patients. That's just one of the most sci-fi ones, but there's tons of really interesting free will science and research out there. And if you read something like Robert Sapolsky's Determined, you'll just get you all know, like your genetics, your nature, your nurture, things you're exposed to growing up, all of those things predetermined by what your parents were exposed to, nurtured with, natured with, the whole deal, right? Like, Sapolsky's book is a really good sort of holding your hand, guiding you through all of that stuff. And all of that is very, very interesting. I find that stuff very interesting. It does contribute to my belief that there is no free will. Much more interesting to me is self-observation, meditation. I can almost just completely summarize my position on free will the way that the Buddha put it: volitional formations are not self. You know, if you're a meditator and you're doing the observation, I know that a pithy sentence like that will not really land anywhere for people who are not within that realm, but for someone who is in that realm, so much is hidden in that statement, right? And you know, there's a lot of corollaries, and certainly, you know, the Buddha didn't just leave it at the pithy statement. The Buddha had a framework and taught meditation and knew how to get you to the realization that volitional formations are not self. But it's almost like so succinctly put that it completely undermines and devastates the whole notion. But volitional formations, as to say, things that feel like you are freely choosing to do them, moments of willing, whether that's willing to love someone, hate someone, just move your hand, whatever. Through careful observation and meditation, you can see that these things merely come with a tag that says they are yours. But what they are is an abstract, indescribable, ephemeral arising in experience that you don't choose, just like anything else. You don't. This feeling of choosing arises unchosen. A compatibilist would argue with that framing, but from where I sit, it's like that is the end. That's the end of the discussion. That is the truth about free will that people are looking for. It's the fact that it does just come in and out and you don't get to edit it is proof that there is no free will. It's right there written in your actual experience, moment to moment. It does perhaps takes a considerable amount of mindfulness and focus to actually be able to watch that arise and experience it as that. But you don't have to take my word for it, right? There's thousands of years of people becoming monks, investigating these ideas, and all coming out with the same conclusion. So you don't have to take my word for it. You can query people who have dedicated their lives to it and to the observation. Did I cover all three? Observation and the spiritual side heavily overlap, right? You don't have to be self-observing through the spiritual lens, but the spiritual lens and self-observation definitely dovetail, especially if you're looking at something like how the Buddha talked about these things, and then the scientific part. So somebody else said, do I believe in fate or destiny? Yes. I guess for all intents and purposes, I do believe. I mean, I defy anyone in the chat to prove that anything but the actual is real. No one can actually prove that anything but what happened could have happened. No one can actually prove that. There is only the actual. That is all that will ever be experienced. That is all that could ever be known insofar as there is knowing. And I don't see, through observation, I don't see where because there doesn't seem to actually be a place to stick free will, I don't see anywhere to get to this mythical alternate reality, the counterfactuals that we all spend our time rueing and regretting and things like that. So for all intents and purposes, yeah, I do believe in fate and destiny. I'm a little mystified by how many people take fate and destiny fatalistically. They charge it with negativity. I find it quite beautiful, actually. As I've said on these streams many times, it does mean that your actions and everything that you do is imminent, fated, required by the cosmos. That is quite beautiful. And everybody gets in their own head because they just want to feel guilty for masturbating or something like that. And it's like, if you can just get over that very provincial little human impulse to just be completely consumed by guilt and want to be able to shame yourself, beautiful doors open up, and we can have vaster thoughts than these, my friends. Did I cover it? I mean, huge ideas. Oh, let's not forget. If you're interested in this, if you're interested in free will, yeah, Sam Harris, Robert Sapolsky, whatever, they're part of a tradition that you can just go investigate. The debate over whether there is or is not free will is one of the oldest debates in the history of philosophy, and there is geniuses arguing on both sides. So if you're interested, go look at it. Do not drink the Kool-Aid that some people will have you believe, that no one even worries about this. Nobody cares. Like, of course there's free will. It's like, that is so untrue. That is so clearly untrue. It's the smartest people ever have invested lots of thinking and ingenuity into trying to figure out, is it real? It is absolutely a living, breathing, interesting debate that you can look into. It is not some done and sealed thing that you're not allowed to think about. Whoops. Well, ruined that drawing. I forgot that I was working on the back of this. Whatever. It is what it is. Now we get to commit. Already ruined it, so might as well keep going. Yuri Huang says, oh, I kind of get it now. After all that, on something like free will, it's very funny to just be like, oh, I get it now. Oh, I kind of get it now. And says, thanks, I'm going to go breathe more and see what happens. Hell yeah, man. Is this an IBAT? I don't know what it is. All right, let's see what people are saying. Split brain is quite intriguing indeed. The Sharon says, follow up to the free will discussion. If there is no free will, how does that fit into views of karma? That is to ask, how would cause and effect work if there is no entity to cause? I'm not some hard ascribant to Buddhist ideas of karma or anything like that. You know, I don't say I'm a Buddhist. You know, I definitely think in those terms a lot just because I think it's a beautiful mental framework. But I feel no religious or I feel no religious commitment to notions of karma or anything else. I've definitely read, you know, there's lots of different definitions of karma. I mean, certainly what goes around comes around is not, it seems nobody agrees that's actually what it is. It's definitely broader than that. But there's all sorts of different interpretations. I think a very broad interpretation of karma that goes something like whatever you're experiencing is your doing. I think that does still sort of capture the energy of what goes around comes around, but it's not nearly so reciprocal and focused on vengeance or something like that. It's clearly more open, right? It's more about the nature of experience in the moment. And it also... It's not the pink I was using. Then it also starts to make more sense that it's like this, whatever this is, this sensorium, right? Maybe it's not a robust self, but this sensorium, this nexus of experience, this perceived nexus of experience is, of course, self-generating whatever this experience is, right? But again, I don't lose any sleep over rectifying. Some people lose a lot of sleep trying to square notions of karma and especially rebirth. That is to say, reincarnation with notions of not self and things like that. You know, that's one of the classic paradoxes in Buddhism that people struggle with. If the doctrine of non-self is true, then in what interesting capacity are you reborn when you die? And that's not an insignificant thing, because isn't the main promise that the Buddha made that if you achieve enlightenment, you will be off the wheel of reincarnation and you won't have to be reborn anymore? So it's like he clearly cared. So how does that square with also him saying there is no self? You know, if there's nothing that transfers. And again, people have tons of answers, but it's like really high-minded, mystical stuff at that point. And I find some of it more compelling than others. But again, I don't lose any sleep over trying to square it, because I'm not, I don't feel any need to square it because I'm not a Buddhist. Okay, I'm missing a lot of messages here. Let me see. All right, I'm going to try to go fast, do a little. I'm going to try to go fast, lightning round some stuff I missed. I heard it was illegal to not know perspective. It is not illegal. It's okay. Do you study perspective a lot or not much? I did study it a lot back in college. I do know my perspective. I don't use technical perspective very much anymore, except when like teaching, stuff like that. You definitely switch to intuitive perspective once you understand it much better. TN says, likely foolish to ask, but will you ever entertain one-on-one mentoring? Yeah, it's always something I wanted to get back to. I was thinking recently about opening up some one-on-one coaching calls for people who want like a portfolio review and just like a 1 hour or 90-minute like mind blow. But I don't know if that would be like, because when I used to do one-on-one mentoring, because I did do it in the past, I would do like at least 4 sessions with people. I wanted to like give assignments, get the assignments back, do like 2 weeks between calls so that people could think about things. So that was a much bigger commitment for them and for me. And it eventually becomes very difficult to price, right? I felt like, that would be quite expensive now to justify the amount of effort and time and investment and, setting things up. So I did think about just opening up a calendar with some coaching calls, but I thought of those more as one-offs, like I said, so that people could just show me their portfolio, ask me key questions, get a 90-minute mind blow or something like that. So that's like, it's a la carte mentoring, but it's not like a structured mentoring sequence of mentoring calls and things like that. Ooh, it's getting cold in here. Gorobard says, Stephen, do you think that you'll keep on streaming for as long as you have an audience? To me, the idea of streaming art sounds really appealing, something that I'd do until I'd turn elderly. I've been doing it for a long time. I think I started streaming in it's definitely been over 10 years. I think the first streams I did online were probably in 2014-ish. I like it. Clearly I like it. Clearly I like it a lot. I would definitely keep doing it. The internet might get so goddamn bad that I have to stop. If I find out that half of you are bots, I'm not doing this. Definitely not. Or the AI stuff could just get so bad that I have to stop. Administrator, all these names, user, administrator. This is crazy. All right, administrator says there is no free will. We are a product of our chemistry. I'm not like a staunch materialist, I'm not even totally committed to the idea that we're just our chemistry, but it's like even if you have an ephemeral blue glowing jello soul, it doesn't seem to be producing free will, right? Again, the buck stops at the self-observation, right? You can observe that in this experience, as Einstein said, you can do what you will, but you cannot choose what you will. And that's where it ends, right? It's like, even if you had a light, searing orange, perfect divine soul, for some reason that's floating behind you and is secretly you, that doesn't seem to be producing free will in this experience. It seems, if anything, that soul hidden behind you, that soul, it's like you're arguing that soul has free will and you are its puppet. Like, you're not experiencing its free will. And then administrator makes the classic free will joke. You're free to think that, Stephen, if you want. Yuck, 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 yuck. Joshua says, how do you feel about consciousness being a mystery? Maybe one day we'll be able to measure and quantify it. Maybe one day. I don't know. Agnostic on that. And I do think it's weird. Consciousness is like, yes, totally mysterious. And then also the most matter-of-fact thing in experience, because it is experience. It's so strange. What a paradox, Gildo made a very true and interesting comment here. That is not true for all Christian doctrines. Calvinists don't believe in free will at all. Yeah, as I understand it, so that's a very interesting point. Well, you may be right. I don't know enough about Calvinism. From what I know, from how I understand it, Calvinists believe that you are saved by grace alone. So that might be, we might be splitting hairs there, but I actually think that maybe that's different than there's no free will. You know, they may believe you do have free will, you do choose whether you do good or bad things, but it actually doesn't fucking matter. You get what I'm saying? If, again, somebody else knows, if we actually dissect the Calvinist doctrine, from what I've read, it is possible that it's that you are free, but it doesn't matter if you freely choose to do good things, you may not be saved. You only get saved if God wants to save you. It has nothing to do with your deeds, right? So I can see how if the ultimate teleological purpose of all actions, if within our framework in this religious society, the end goal teleologically of all our actions is do you get redeemed or not, then the fact that you have no way to influence that for God would seem like you have no free will, but it's not actually true for all actions, you know? Oh, Carswell's cat pissed on his sketchbook certainly marked its territory. Marked its territory. Dimensional Torture skips all of the free will discussion. Says, love the eye, by the way. Thank you. And says, what's the best way to study anatomy? First off, as I've said many times, the most important thing is run it through the gamut. Actually use it. That's the most important part of the studying. Don't just study. Use it. Draw the characters. Draw the monsters. Constantly, always while practicing. Second is... I do think the best way to start is to just learn the medical part of anatomy. You know, there's a part of anatomy that is not shapes and form. It's just what is the name of all the muscles and the bones so that you have some idea of how many there are, and then where do they start and where do they go. That actually doesn't tell you a lot about how to draw them. Well, actually, it does tell you a lot about how to draw them. It doesn't really teach you how to make them look great, right? It doesn't teach you their shape, really, like the subtleties of their shape and the way that they come together into complex forms. But it really, really, really does change the way you draw them to have a basic notion of, for the main muscles, where they're actually coming from and where they end. It solves a lot of the most complicated anatomical problems for beginners. Thirteen Bureau says we often act first and then ascribe reason and logic to our actions after the fact. The confabulator. You betcha. Autumn Rose says, waiting for the topic shift right now. Yeah. No one ever wants to have any fun. Everyone just wants to ask the same pencil questions over and over again. No one ever wants to have fun and talk about free will. Petra says, what if free will has been mixed with enlightenment in some point in our known history? So it would mean just to be one with everything. Well, you know, it definitely does get mixed up because people, again, it depends what's your definition of enlightenment, but a lot of people who experience sort of the death of the ego, you know, the non-dual state, then a common corollary to that is the realization that there's only God's will, you know, not the Christian Abrahamic God, but just whatever the ultimate of the universe is. That's it. Like, there is only God's will. And so whatever you do is also God's will. So it's like, there is a common abstraction of free will that is kind of like, I wouldn't know how to put it into words, but you hear a lot of the mystics say it or allude to it. It's almost like there is no free will unless you're talking about God's will, but God's will can be your will. So it's like, so long as you think it's your will, it's not free. There's no free will. If you coming from the place where it's like I and the Father are one, it's like that's free will. That's free will, you know, because only God's will can be free. That's fun stuff to think about. I don't really know what to think about all that, but that's definitely out there. There's some, if I'm interpreting what you said correctly, there's some version of that running through the mystical traditions. Doodley says, Stephen, would a meatball eye like you're working on be a good subject for the textured sphere exercise, or you think we should look beyond meat for more dramatic textures? No, I mean, this would work. I mean, you may want to pockmark it a little more and things like that. But something like this would generally work. Just be sure that you beat up that terminator. You know, you can see here that this is definitely a sphere, but I didn't do a clean spherical terminator. That's the number one most common mistake. It's like, to show that it's textured, it's like you need to modulate that shadow edge. And you can see that my shadow edge, you know, it's sawtooth shaped. It ducks here, goes over there, ducks here, goes over there. Then when it hits these complex forms, it's definitely much more complicated. It's like maybe push it a little further than this, but something like this I think would be fine. Gildo says, Stephen, how does creating art relate to all these deep philosophical matters to you? They're one, truly. I mean, I talk about it on here all the time, but it's like, it really does impact the drawing. Oh my God, I've missed so much chat. Even the free will thing, it's like, remember, if there's no free will, that means that everything is fated and imminent and destined. So that means that all of your drawings, even the silly little doodles of floating yellow eyeballs, are fated, destined parts of the cosmos. It's difficult to be annoyed at your drawings if you really view them that way, right? So I view them that way. So that opens up a lot of joy for me in the practice. I would argue more joy than is open to the average cat. So it really, really does directly intersect with the drawing. Hello, Sergio. Thank you. And greetings from New York. All right, I think I covered most of the free will questions. Dudley says, Calvinists believe God's future knowledge of all events makes free will impossible, I think. That's very interesting. If that's the case, I wonder how they square that with perfect justice. I wonder. Yo, boss. You headed out?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. You and your dad? Okay. Enjoy.
Yeah. Winnie, let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
Destined to draw anime waifus, yep. I'm not saying it's easy to explain, but it sure seems to be the case to me. For some reason, the great earth itself decided that your destiny, all of you in this chat, you were all destined to draw every one of those anime waifus that you draw. I can't explain it. That's not my role. The great earth wants it. Who are we to deny it? Jake says, hey man, I have a big question. Is it okay if I drop it in here? Feel free not to answer it. It's not about free will though. Not that I'm not finding it interesting. Sure. We'll see. I often do. Sometimes when people say very big questions, they mean very personal questions. And of course, I often struggle with those because all I know about you is your handle, but you feel free to ask it. Jojo says it's all one drawing. Always has been. That's right. It's all one drawing. Cinder says, yo, what up? How you doing, man? A bit late on topic here, but on the free will question, you mentioned that volitional formations are not self. I read it as the true self. Does it imply that choosing to believe the lie of the volition, doesn't it imply that choosing to believe the lie of the volition is a manifestation of free will? Because I mean, humans can and do fall prey to the lies they tell themselves. Well, they definitely do. They definitely do fall prey to the lies they tell themselves. But I'm a little confused by what you mean. Doesn't it imply choosing to believe the lie of the volitional formation is a manifestation of free will? No, but you don't. I think I see what you're saying. Wouldn't choosing to believe the lie, like, yes, I am free, because I freely choose to move my hand, right? The thing is that saying that you choose is sneaking free will back in, right? It's sort of begging the question right at the beginning. From the stance of there being no free will, you're not choosing to believe the lie either. It's like your beliefs are not chosen. You believe what you believe, right? And you believe what you believe because some invisible threshold was crossed in the unconscious, right? Even if you can't quite say it, it seems that, you believe that thing because of, again, this may all be happening in obscurity, right? But because of this life experience and this that happened in your childhood and this arithmetic that you're doing in the unconscious, and it all adds up to, yeah, I'm going to believe that one, right? But you don't choose it. It's like you don't choose to believe 2 + 2 is 4. You just believe it, right? And you can't will yourself to believe 2 + 2 is 5. But actually, I don't like that analogy because it's different from math. Mixing it up with math starts making it seem like things are too objective, and that's not good. Oh. Nope, that's too dark. Do I have a slightly darker warm color? I probably don't. My colors are pretty limited here. Could this be darker?
Hey, give it up. Give it up.
This is a little darker, but I don't like how close it is. I don't like how close it is to that pink, actually. Abstract says, Stephen, do you think that there are less innovations in art than there were back then? Back when? Just back in the past in general? In general, yeah, I do. Mia's Birch says, now I'm going to have to pretend I never heard this free will stuff and stick my head in the sand. Yeah, a lot of people don't like talking about it. A lot of people don't like it. It makes them feel uncomfortable. That's all right. To each his own. But don't hold it against us non-free will enjoyers. Brian the Borg says Stephen Bigfoot has free will. I bet he does. Lo, that we could all be like Bigfoot. Multi-Sanchito says, is morality objective or subjective? I'm not sure there's, on this question, I really, when I think about it, I really always come back to, is there an objective thing in this whole universe? I'm not sure I know what that means anymore. This blue is too dark. I don't have a lot of markers. My color choices are pretty limited. It's like, what is the objective, you know? I don't know anymore. Do I have like a warm 2? My big bag of markers is not saving me here. Gildo Q says, a study gave 2 groups different texts, one about arguing for free will and the other for determinism. Then they were given a test with the opportunity to cheat. The group that read about determinism cheated more because they didn't feel responsible for their actions. Wow. It's interesting, but I think they'd have to do a little bit more work to figure out if that was the causality. I'd say probably the greater causality. Don't do this test on undergrads. That's the problem. You know what really made people cheat more? Making Discord a norm. It's like the real test should have been one group of people was made to read texts on determinism, and another group of people was allowed access to a Discord with all of their other classmates while the test was live. It's like, that should be the real test. Which of those 2 groups is going to do more cheating? That data would interest me. Stephen, why do you stipple so much with the Copics? If you streak over the pencil, it'll pick up the pencil and move it around. If you just press down into the pencil, it will leave the pencil where it is. And then once there's one layer of alcohol, one layer of marker over the pencil, that kind of seals the pencil in place. Squat Zelt says, Steven, in your drawing Fallen, what are those red and green marks? They make sense as if I've seen them before. Actually, the red and green artifacts you're seeing there are from glaze, actually. But that's my mistake. That's I have an old version of the drawing there. Because I have a version of that drawing that's been glazed since glaze got better. And there's no artifacts like that. Hello, Pedro Assisi. Jake says, I was just wondering, in your FFI course, I remember you saying to do the course less than you do your own drawings. I specifically encourage 50-50, not less. But I do say, if you could do less, if you could do your drawings more, that'd be better. That'd probably be good. However, I find myself having more fun copying things rather than drawing from my imagination. There we go. We copy things in my atelier for hours and I love it. But I do want to be better at drawing from imagination. So do I just balance copying for fun, drawing from imagination, and drawing in your courses? The answer seems obvious. The answer seems obvious now. Yeah, balance is totally legit. But also, you need to figure out what you really want to do, right? Like, you're under no obligation to draw from imagination. If your favorite thing is copying, you're allowed to just copy, right? You can make that your artistic practice. Always remember that that is on the table. If you do really care about drawing from imagination, I do think, like, you want that to be part of your practice. I do think it's one of the first things that people let go to the wayside. So I would really prioritize getting it into the practice and making it a habit. It's seriously like the first thing people give up. People are much more comfortable saying, oh, nice, I get to just do curriculums and studies and copies for 5 years, and I just get to be comfy and tell dad that I'm working hard and I never have to actually do the hard thing, which is draw something from imagination, until 5 years from now when I know I'm good and it'll go great. And that is not going to work. It is not going to go that way. You're going to do a bunch of copies and studies for 5 years, and then you're going to say, all right, I must be good at drawing from imagination now, right? And you're going to do your first one, and you're going to be like, oh, it's like 5 years ago. I didn't get better at it because I didn't fucking practice it. It's like, that's how it goes for everybody. Do not allow that to happen. I really wish I had a lighter blue. I do. Nothing but dog chaos outside right now. Darken the Terminator here a bit, and then we'll leave this one. It's not really darkening it. It's not really darkening it. Stephen, would you do art reviews and feedback for tips? No, I can't, unfortunately. I do, feedback from me is, sorry, I got distracted because I'm inking. All of the feedback that I do is through my courses right now. I mean, I give tons of feedback. I'm constantly doing feedback, but I do it in Form from Imagination and Design Fundamentals. That's the way to get feedback from me. And if I open up those coaching calls that I talked about, then I would, of course, do feedback there. But yeah, I don't really... It's nice that people would want to tip me, but I just don't really believe in feedback in that context. Like, if someone just, donates $10 or whatever and then just shows me a picture and they're like, give me feedback, that's fun and all, but I've been doing this long enough and I have given a lot of feedback like that back in the day that I don't know, at this point in my life, at this point in my career and with students, I just see that it doesn't work very well. You need to know where someone's coming from, what they're working on, what are their goals, what are their ambitions. I personally have found, and I'm not trying to complain here, but it's like when I have just given feedback out of context for people, I'm not talking 9 times out of 10, I'm talking 999 times out of 1,000. I put a lot of work into the feedback and the person ignores it. They if you leave it as a message or something like that, the universal response is almost always, oh, well, actually, that feedback is irrelevant to my piece because A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And I've learned that we should have done that first. We needed to have the context. I should have known going in, this kind of feedback would be irrelevant to you because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So now I wasted my time. You didn't learn anything helpful. And now I don't have the time to give you the more sophisticated feedback knowing all that context. So yeah, I just don't do it anymore. It's like, I don't know, generalized feedback is like so not a thing actually, It would be if art was objective, but it isn't, so. For feedback to really work, you need to know what the hell someone was going for. That's why it's no problem in my courses, right? That sets the feedback. That sets the context. We're all speaking the same language. We've done definition of terms. We know what the desired learning outcomes of each assignment are. And by even doing the assignment, the student has tacitly agreed that those learning outcomes matter to them. So in that context, we can give feedback all we want because it guarantees we're on the same page. But outside of that, I don't know. I rarely see it work well. The Tonga Mandapian says, what are those coaching calls you were talking about? I haven't done that yet. I've just been thinking about it. Because people have been asking again. And I do miss doing one-on-one with people, It's been a long time. But they would just be, I don't know exactly how I would do it. I think it's pretty easy now. I think now people have made like, for specifically these purposes, I think people have made like calendar apps where I would just put like a widget on my website and it would tell you what slots I have, what times I've made available. And if that time works for you, you just kind of click and it takes you to a checkout to pay for the appointment and to book the appointment and to pay for the appointment and to book the time. Then it puts it on my calendar. And I would just have some pre-written instructions there, like, bring your portfolio in such and such format, bring any questions you have, anything you want to show me. This is all in the, the year is almost over. What can we try in the new year kind of a thing. This is just all some of the, naturally, I do that kind of thinking near the end of every year. So that's come up. I don't have any times in my head for that or anything like that. All right, we can leave that guy there. How much did we destroy this drawing? Yeah. Sorry, you guys are married now. Jake says, I'm a believer that you can learn to love something, though. I think I learned to love sight drawing. What do you think? Yeah, I think you can. For sure. I definitely did not mean to imply that I didn't think you could learn to love things. You definitely can. You know, going deep on anything, I think reveals a lot of lovely things about most artistic pursuits. You know, I think to some extent it's like what we love is depth. You know, if something has great subtlety and continues to reveal things the more that you investigate it, I think that there's always grounds to love it, to fall in love. Pedro Cici says, Stephen, have you redrawn an old drawing before as a way to compare how much progress you have made? Do you think it is useful? I have not done that. It's not really my cup of tea, but I've seen people do it, and it looks like they liked it, and it's pretty interesting to see the one-to-one comparison. If you're interested, you should try it. Have you ever seen the game Fear and Hunger? I think you would turbo like it. I have not. Let me open a tab here. I put on my old man glasses and open up a little tab here. Fear and Hunger television game. I'll leave that open in a tab. Monsters, creepy dungeons. It's a horror dungeon crawler RPG. Interesting. Let us continue to engage in the grand sketchbookery. Abstract says, Stephen, do you think knowing the artist behind an artwork truly brings value to the art, or can an artwork speak for itself? I mean, you rarely see people search who the writer is of their favorite movie. In some cases, I think it can add things, but yeah, I don't think it's necessary. We all engage with art all the time where we don't know who made it, like you said. Some people just, it's like if you're not an interesting person, it's probably not going to add much, right? A lot of people are less interesting than their art. Some people are as interesting or more interesting, Definitely a lot of the great writers, people just become obsessed with them as people. There's this weird mystique where we feel like there must be something to them to have been able to do that, Would you rather be more interesting than your art or have your art be more interesting than you? There's a lot of dangers to being very interesting. I don't think it's up to anybody, of course, but if I had to pick, I think I'd go for my art being more interesting than me. I think that would be my choice. Kaiser Cross says, Stephen, is it possible to separate the art from the artist? What's your take on that? I think someone asked this a couple streams ago too. And my position remains the same. I think it's clearly possible to me because, like I said just a minute ago, we all consume art all the time where we don't know who made it and we still like it, right? It's like I've read plenty of books that I thought were good, but I don't really know anything about, the author. That a good piece of art contains something personal from the author is a kind of a given, right? It's like we're not even sure anything other than that is possible. So beyond that given, I don't know, it just seems clear to me that, yeah, you can separate the art from the artist. Should you is a different question. Should you? Noah Birkeland says, Stephen, how do I finish these paintings I have which are due in a week when I want to work on something else? If you took money for the paintings, you better fucking finish them. If you took money, you finish them right now. Don't bullshit. You bite the bullet and you get it done. Brian Terborg says, Stephen, I stumbled across this live stream. I'm not familiar with your work at all. Anything I would know? Anything I should know? Anything you should know about my work? Well, my work, I don't know. I'll let that speak for itself. About the streams, it is crazy in here. I mean, you are surrounded by the absolute A-class psychos of the online art world. I mean, we barely talk about art. By volume, I know you haven't been here, but so far, 9/10 of this stream, we were discussing whether free will existed or not. I don't think we've said a thing about drawing. Certainly nothing about how to draw good. This is no normal place. In fact, the more that I think about it, the more I feel that I should actually caution you about spending any more time here. Be wary, dear traveler. Somewhere in the world, someone just choked on their MBA. Natanga Mandapium says, hey, Stephen, do you still internalize the kind comments people make to your art, or have they lost flavor? No, I mean, it's always sweet when people say something nice about the work. I don't know. I mean, when you're like me, when you're on my level. A lot of the comments that you get are people saying, Steven, you're my favorite artist. Steven, you're the GOAT. Steven, no one has ever done it better. And we're just waiting for everyone to understand that. Steven, show them. Show them. Show them what all the artists forgot. Remind them of what they really are. And when people say those things, and that's most of the comments, yes, I know they're right. I know these people have excellent taste. I agree. But I try not to let it go to my head. Because it can. When everybody's telling you you're the GOAT, you're the best, you're their favorite artist, yes, it can go to your head. But I just remind myself, Steven, you didn't become the GOAT by letting it go to your head. You became the GOAT by focusing on the work. Necropath says, as a Steven, do you consider yourself also to be in competition for the title of the best Steven on Earth, or do you only compete officially on the Steven ladder? I think I'm in competition for best Steven on Earth. That reminds me that this is not a joke. Your comment was a joke. This is not a joke. That recently a Steven Zapata darkened the name over in Alhambra. I believe the Alhambra that's in Los Angeles by getting into some high-speed police chase and causing some untold amount of damage. I think he killed some people. Did he kill the police officer in the chase? Total mess. I saw that, I was like, this is very un-Stevenly behavior. And this Steven is hereby excommunicated from drawing Ascendant, the Eternal Chronicles of Steven Zapata, Lasting Legacy 1, Epic 1. Kill me and be cursed. You are no Stephen of mine. I messed up my microphone position when I did all that. Give me a second here. Let me just reposition some things. Goodbye, I wear a void. Is there any manga that inspires you? No. I'm too busy inspiring the mangakas of the world. This is a one-way street. We have to know what way the street goes. Don't mind the dogs. They'll never get better. Was the car chase filmed? I was watching one where the guy was a cop killer. I didn't watch it. I just caught it on the news. Like in an article. If it was a protracted high-speed chase, then in Los Angeles, it's guaranteed it was filmed, right? There's no way that isn't you. There is no way there's more than one Steven Zapata. There is. Actually, there's a lot. It's a very common name, actually. I've yet to meet one personally, but it was actually like, it's very likely that I will. You know, there was other ones that I was likely to meet. Won't somebody think of the poor streamer and silence the dog? Do you ever wish to move in another continent as Gorobard? Not really. The only place I ever even briefly entertained moving to was Rome. Rome or Florence. Besides that, no. So that I could leave this benighted culture behind and go be surrounded by my true brothers and sisters. The art of my ancient lineage. What the heck is that? I have no idea what I'm drawing right now. Samuel Kelly Studio says, hey, Stephen, would you mind talking about how you think about perspective and construction while working in graphic shape? Or don't think about it? I struggle with binary thinking and navigating balance. Yeah, I really don't, at this point, I don't think about construction or perspective when I'm sketching something like this. I'm really going for what I think of as graphic energy, which is a little different than even gesture. It's just like, how could I describe what a graphic energy is? Just like the overall gestalt of a form or a shape. And then I will add perspective and construction where they are needed. Obviously, if I was doing something like drawing a house or something like that, I wouldn't be able really to avoid thinking about perspective early on. But for something like this, I really don't. Definitely some perspective thinking is sneaking in. It's just internalized from years of doing perspective, but I never think about it. Energy, emotion, flow. Like flow of structures, one into the other. People get really caught up on construction. It makes it seem like you're trying to stick like Lego blocks together, right? That's not how I think of it. Not Lego blocks. Just like a flow of one thing into the next. Flow, flow, flow. Soft, water. I don't construct them. I let them become each other, you know? I really think if you put too much weight on your sketching, nothing interesting will ever happen. Goodbye, the tongue of Mendapium. Tonga had also asked, Stephen, I feel lazy only using a caliber of graphite on my pieces. Am I missing a world of rendering power? Not really. You just need to use the full range of hand pressure that's available to you. I should have a clip from Form from Imagination that addresses like exactly that question. Mendapium was still here, I would try to dig it up and play it. But the thrust of it is you get more range pressing hard and pressing soft with one regular pencil than you do using the same pressure using different varieties of pencil hardnesses. You can test that yourself. So you could do a lot with just one pencil. Just need to be sensitive. Live long and prosper, Peter. What do you think of drawing with charcoal versus graphite? I much prefer graphite. Just for my taste, my sensibilities, I like that it's a little cleaner. The dirtiness of charcoal, like how fugitive it is, the way it just whips all around the paper, I don't like that. I'd like to be able to really scry some stuff in. I'm gonna put on a little music for myself. Unfortunately, the only thing that is stream safe that I want to listen to lately is just the Mega Man X soundtrack over and over again. So we're still in it. It is what it is, folks. It's quiet for you, it's quiet for me. It's quiet for everybody. Oh, I like this leg, actually. It was actually nice, wide open and low contrast, but I want to throw some marker over it, so I can afford to put a little scritchy scratchy because the markers will really obliterate the contrast. It'll still be visible as a guide, but much harder to see. YouTube is denying your free will. Shaking my head. Yeah, man. It ain't right. I'm about to sacrifice this stream to the gods of Content ID. Start playing cannons and jungle. Nanthal says, do you have a recommendation for getting into a medium that you really enjoy aesthetically, but you feel like you're fighting with? Watercolor. Use it for everything for like a week. That's always worked for me. The big thing is sketching with it. Sketch with the tool for a week. Make it your only sketch tool for a week. That's what I did with watercolor, and that really got me into it. Should apply to all, should work for any medium. Just like forces you to get the nerves out and just get to the fun of the medium, you know? Stephen, how do you organize your sketchbooks? Do you have one in which you sketch whatever you want? I've had some artists have sketchbooks only for study stuff. No, I do. No, I don't organize at all. I just have a sketchbook where I do whatever. Anything and everything. And some people keep really pretty sketchbooks that are actually like presentation books with really just like nothing but pretty drawings in them. That's not mine. My sketchbooks are true. They're chaos. I mean, I could show you. Let me just go a little carefully. Let me make sure there's not any... Let me make sure I didn't scrawl my social security number for no reason on any of these pages. Yeah, no. Sketchbook tour, there's not even anything in a tour. It's like all half-baked ideas, scribbles, scratches, various Batmans. You know, some things wind up more sketched out than others, but yeah, just a lot of doodling, overlapping drawings. I don't compose the pages. I rarely particularly try to finish anything. You know, it's from my designer background. It's just like fast, scritchy scratch, scritchy scratch, scritchy scratch. Just so that I understand it, you know? Yeah, it would be cool if I could keep a really nice presentation book, but every time I've tried, I just can't. It's like, this is my default. Like, for me to be happy in a sketchbook, it just needs to be this, you know? Little just swirls and whorls and just, what is that, you know? Look at this, you know? Smeary beat up stuff. Limbs, little thumbnails. Whoops, that Therianthrope had a big boner. Should not have shown that on YouTube. That's a problem. And that's why I generally don't do sketchbook tours. Inevitably, stuff that we do on stream winds up being a little more finished just because it tends to get more time on stream. Stream creates momentum. But yeah, stuff that's not done on stream, it's just whatever. So yeah, no organization, no plan, just freedom. Booty Venom is back, says Nifty Nozzle. Booty Venom is back, and he's better than ever. This summer, come see Booty Venom in theaters. Booty Venom survived his encounter with Spider-Man, but now how is he gonna survive spring break? With a whole wacky cast of buddies and new characters, Booty Venom is shaking his way into theaters. This right away looks like this creature is wearing cut-off denim shorts on its ass. Right away. Nandel says, are there any mediums you've yet to test out that you want to? Are there any mediums you enjoy but don't use often? Yeah, I really like oil painting, and I rarely get to do it. I don't think if there's one that I've been wanting to try, but I haven't had a chance. Egg tempera. I've wanted to try egg tempera for a while, and I've never bought the stuff. The way people describe it, it's very interesting to me. It's like the oldest kind of paint. But when I hear about the working qualities, I won't know for sure until I try it, but when I hear about the working qualities, I'm always like, that sounds like it might align with my temperament, actually. Lord Steven, you ever thought about 3D printing your designs? I think that would be pretty sick. I've thought about it, but I don't know how to do it. Joe has sculpted in 3... Whoop, my microphone fell. Hold on. Whoa. My mic stand is loose. 1 second. I'm sure this is very loud. Okay, now we're good. What was I saying? Joe has sculpted and done a little mini print, like literally like less than an inch tall, of one design from many, many years ago. But that's about it. Yeah, I don't know how to do it, so you need a partner. Joe has sculpted other things, but he has not had a chance to print them. Or like Joe has sculpted other of my designs, but that's the only one that's been printed, if I remember correctly. I think so. Nope. Meh. I don't like the way that looks. I have very dark red. Let me see what that looks like. I gotta go get some water in a minute. I can feel the dehydration kicking in. I left my water bottle downstairs when I started stream. RG says, yet again you grace us with your presence. Here I am. Seth says, have you seen Julio Reyes' egg tempera paintings? Yes, I have. Truly masterful stuff, says Seth. Indeed. I look at like, I think the thing that first got me thinking of it was Wyeth's egg temperas. always been very inspired by Andrew Wyeth's work. And C. Wyeth too, but I think of all the Wyeths, Andrew's definitely my favorite. I went to see the retrospective of his work at the Brandywine Museum many years ago. Was it many now? Quite a few years ago now. And that really, that blew my mind. That was an amazing show. This is R08. All right, I switched the caps. I hate when this happens. You don't know which came from where. This is R59. This is R08. So this has to come off here. This needs to go there. This needs to go there. Okay, good. Makes a nice juicy red, that combo. If you could have a conversation and or debate with a dead artist, who would you choose? Oh, Michelangelo. I mean, that's easy. How's your hand clean after using markers? Dude. You just can't be sloppy, dude. You need to have some discipline, some control. Gives me some ideas. There's a couple things I could try there. You know, all the different value ranges of the different colors playing together give you different opportunities for things you could do. Some things that work in one color range don't work well in another, etc., etc. Seth says, watching you do these marker sketches is making my want to try mixing colored pencils and Copics again. Really liked it last time I did it. Yeah, that's fun. I usually mixed Copics and pastel colored pencils. That was always my go-to. Actually, I could get some of those out. I should have them somewhere. I don't quite remember where they wound up in the move. Same with watercolor. I used to put pastel colored pencils over watercolor. I'm actually going to check if I have that box of pastel pencils handy in my drawers. And I'm also going to go to the restroom because we're closing in on 3 hours now. And I got to stretch my legs and take a whiz. I think these are most of them. An old bread bag. No organization at all. Do I want to open these? It'll be chaos. All right, I'll be right back. Get water. Yes, I will get water. All right, what's good? I did get water, don't worry. Nanto says, I'd like to ask Caravaggio or Michelangelo if they ever once felt compelled to draw from imagination or if they had ever considered such a thing. They definitely drew from imagination. I mean, back then, there was no way you were always drawing from reference. I don't think you could develop the level of skill that they had if you were always only going to be drawing in front of the model and there was no photography. I mean, they were absolutely drawing from imagination all the time. Someone like Michelangelo clearly had the grasp of the figure that he would just have absolutely no problem. It's not that hard to wing it out from your head, you know. It's hard, but it's not that hard. It's an ability very commonly achieved by even mediocre draftsmen of our era. Michelangelo and Caravaggio could absolutely do it, no doubt. I see. There's got to be some Michelangelo paintings that have some hell demons in them. And I bet he invented them. You ever just feel like I could burn through a whole sketchbook in one stream? I really feel that way sometimes. It's like it's not a problem. It's not a problem. I just do a million drawings in a day, a million. Carnage doesn't really have the tongue thing going on like Venom does, huh? In some depictions, I see he's got a crazy tongue, but in a lot of other ones, no tongue thing going on. Bob Ross is underrated in my opinion. Is he? I mean, he's pretty universally beloved. Who doesn't love old Bobby Ross? Have you watched Across the Spider-Verse, Steven? Yeah, I thought it was great. I'd love to see you drawing Spot. That was a good character. That was good. I saw it on a family vacation where the with my sister, mom, wife, cousins. It's like the first big family trip we'd taken in a long time, and we got this huge Airbnb that had a really good home theater. Like really good. Like, and it had like rows of movie theater seats. Big screen. Like an actual, like the size, I don't know how big you'd say in feet, but it was like as big a screen as you'd expect in like, not a multiplex, not like a huge cinema, but like an indie theater or something like that. You know, a place that only has like 2 screens. It's like, it was as big as one of those. Saw it there. Good times, good times. Now the make or break there is if somebody just put that in the Airbnb for the pictures, you know, so that the screen and the seats look nice, but then the projector they use is crap. They actually had a really awesome 4K ultra crisp, super expensive Epson projector in the Airbnb. So it wasn't all for show. It literally looked better than it would be in a lot of movie theaters that you would go to. It was great. Sound system left a little to be desired, but you guys know me. If the visuals are there, it's all good. Fancy family vacation. Yeah, that was a good, and it was cheap because there was so many of us in there. When you split it amongst everybody, it was cheaper than most trips that me and my wife would just take. And we don't do it fancy. We don't do it up fancy. Never been the fanciest folk. No siree. My neck is killing me. I think I need new pillows or something. Keep like re-herning it while I sleep. RG says, you should have worked on Dead Space with designs like this? No. That's not up to me. Tell Dead Space. Go on, tell him. Go send an email to Dead Space right now. And you tell them, Steven Zapata should have worked on Dead Space with designs like his? No. All right, what am I going to use here? Is the orange red enough? Vermilion I can use, cardinal I can use, orange peel and papaya. Papaya. Questionable. See how I want to mix the colors. Y'all know about mixing colors, right? What was your design criteria for the Pandemonium Demons? Maybe making it so that they focus on each one is the exaggeration of a specific body part, or maybe psychological traits. Any off sketches that I did for the Pandemonium Demons are, there's really not that many design criteria on them. I was just letting myself be free with them. The named demons for Paradise Lost that I've done drawings, pencil drawings of, those are more specific. And the design criteria for that is difficult. I was always looking for something that vaguely alluded to the nature of that demon as described in Paradise Lost, but would also, and this is an overall criteria for the Paradise Lost pencil drawings, would also just look compositionally unlike all the other depictions. All of those demons are technically Pandemonium demons because they all inhabit Pandemonium, but they're a little bit more special. It's one of the reasons the Paradise Lost project goes so slow. It's like I don't want to repeat myself. I've got this image in my mind where just like none of the pictures look like each other really, even though they're all black and white, and that's a very high standard. It's quite tough, but my timeline for Paradise Lost is also that I want to have it done by the time I'm 65. So I think that's a realistic timeline given those demands I have for myself. Gives me plenty of time to let the energies re-emerge and for new visions to emerge and for new handlings of the elements of art and the principles of design. You get the design course. Gives my mind time to think about new handlings of the elements and principles to incorporate into the upcoming drawings, thus making them look very different than the other ones. Argy says, does that come with the course as well? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Does what come with the course? User just says, Giger? Definitely. Just in general, I am a supporter of Giger. I'm just gonna flat this in, I've decided. I don't know how I feel about those white spots for Carnage. Working on one project for years and years, what will you do if your art style changes as you progress? Will you go back and alter older drawings or keep them the same as a record of your progress? Keep them the same. Note what I said. The goal is that each drawing kind of look unique, very different from the others. So my style changing would sort of be aligned with the project. You get what I'm saying? I also trust that I'm not that interesting. It's like, there's only so much my work could really change. I'm not that creative. I think you'll always be able to tell it's one of mine. Especially if they're all pencil drawings like I plan on. That would be the most difficult kind of change to handle if I decided to switch mediums. But pencil is my heart song, and if it stays pencil, I know that there's a consistency to the way that I think with pencil. You know, I've seen that since I was friggin' 5 years old, you know, it's gonna continue my whole life. And pencil I'll never abandon, you know. Someday I might abandon digital, you know. I could definitely imagine that. But pencil I know will always be with me. Was trying to make joke, failed. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to fail your joke. If only I was sharp enough to get it. You know how it is. Drawing, talking at the same time. Some things are gonna go over my head. Lured Mervins says, Steven, have you ever made a drawing of Hellboy? No. No. But if I'm looking for more fun red stuff to draw, that might be the way to go. Hello, Stephlala. Oh man, it's a good thing this marker has a lot of juice in it because I forgot to check if I have the replacement ink for this one. Red, 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 red. Red unto the ends of the earth. All the red you could ever want. Does your Form for Imagination course also include parts of your Secrets of Shading lessons in it by chance? Well, if you get the premium version, Form for Imagination is included as a bonus extra, the whole tutorial. But all of the concepts that are in Secrets of Shading are covered in Form from Imagination. Form from Imagination is just, it goes then much deeper. It's like Secrets of Shading opens with like a brief explanation of why the geometry of photons create compression in the light. It's like, that's just a little thing with like one diagram in Secrets of Shading. And then in Form from Imagination, that becomes a 3-part multimedia total explanation of light and how it works and how it creates form. It's just much, much deeper. Also cool symbiote, thank you. RG says, the draw in a way that makes you want to draw more advice you gave us some streams ago really stuck with me, by the way. I'm glad. That's really what it's all about, baby. That is what it's all about. I see. Cynocephalus typo shading a shadong. The shadow dong. Yep. Yep. And so it is. On that day, the shadow dong was born. We do not talk about the shadow dong. Steven, how do I get the smooth shadow dong? How do I get the smooth shadow dong? Alas, ye of little faith. I can tell I'm going to want a black colored pencil for this one. The question is, where do I have one? Found one right away, no worries. Ugh, covered in needed eraser gunk. Don't want to put that in the pencil sharpener. And what if I, you know what would be good is like a blue. I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but like a blue would actually go far here. Omar says, Stephen, what was it like to bring a child into the world knowing that things like The Hobbit exist? It was hard. It was hard, man. I mean, it's a serious, at least for a philosopher like me, it's a serious consideration. You really need to, before you bring a consciousness into existence, you really have to ask yourself, how do I feel? Knowing everything that I've learned from, you know, people like Schopenhauer and Ligotti and all of the other great pessimistic philosophers. Am I really comfortable knowing that there is no good justification for the possibility of a child being exposed to The Hobbit? It was hard. It was hard. What conclusion did I come to? Honestly, it came down to acceptance. Acceptance that no matter how good of a parent I tried to be, I couldn't protect him from The Hobbit totally. And really looking at that honestly and saying, could I live with that? You know, is it worth living with that? Can I take responsibility for that if it happens? And I said, I will try. I will try. I'm not finding the dark blue that I'm looking for here. This is really not good. Maybe I could use this very delicately. You know, joy is just the absence of the Hobbit, you know? While pain and suffering is actually the positive aspect, the presence of the Hobbit. So really joy is nothing, and only the suffering associated with the presence of the Hobbit can be considered to be positive, to be additive, to be the substance of existence. And on balance, it turns out that there's really nothing but that. There is nothing but that pain. So, you know, we have to admit that it's inherently immoral to have children because of the possibility of them being exposed to the Hobbit. And then it comes down to how proud are you? You know, do you think you're better than other people? Do you think you're special? Are you the enlightened philosopher who can resist your primal evolutionary urges to procreate and, more importantly, to love? And I faced that quandary down. I said, no, I'm not special. And I need to love. So I made the devil's choice that so many of us do. And I procreated. And now I merely stand at the gates, weapon in hand, hoping to keep the hobbit away. To make right my evil choice. See, now that I stippled in the base tone, I can streak and rub with the second layer of markers, and it's no problem because the pencil is sealed under there. Trying to get some gradients. Apply that edge is sharp. It's lighter than the rest. You can draw a highlight on it later. Goodbye, A25. Pretty impressive how much alcohol marker the moleskin sketchbook paper can hold up to. Because even really good paper, a lot of them can't survive that much alcohol. You know, they can't hold their liquor. Stephen, how would you compare the Western, Russian, and Chinese art schools and their ways of teaching arts? I can't really speak to that because I really have no exposure to the Western or Chinese side. If I ever traveled to Russia or China, I would definitely try to like hit up my network. Anybody who follows me on social media from there, I'd try to get some tours of the schools or something like that. Get a little access and learn some things. Because as of right now, yeah, I can't really compare. I don't know. Especially, you know, we might be, you know, here in the West, we might be inclined to think like what we've heard of like St. Peter's Academy in Russia is sort of how Russians teach art. But I don't actually know. That's like saying that how NYU in New York teaches art is how Americans teach art. And it isn't, you know, there's all sorts of things. Sure, the St. Petersburg Academy might be very focused on trying to maintain a sort of lineage of academic painting in the Russian tradition, but is that what all art schools in Russia are doing? I actually don't know. I don't know, homie. Takes the pressure off doing stuff like this to think of it as like I'm learning how to draw these characters. It's like not about this individual drawing, but like I've drawn Venom a bunch of times this week. And I've been thinking of it as I'm learning how to draw Venom. You know? The subtleties, the different ways people have handled him, what you can do with color. Shapes. It's not about any individual drawing. I'm curious how you will color the mouth. That is a good question. What color is his mouth? Let me look at a picture of Carnage. Is it just like meat colored? All right, let's see. What am I seeing? There's different handlings. I think the most common thing I'm seeing is that it's like pink. Distinctly pinker than the red of his skin. I don't really have a good pink, unfortunately. Maybe I could mix like this light purple with something to slightly step on it later. This is probably the closest I've got. It's like this looks like it should be pink, but it really just comes off more like a brown. Maybe if I did this bright purple and then put this over it. Let's see what that looks like. No, it completely washes it away. Hi, Danola. Thank you. Radu says, how often do you stream? I mean, pretty often. I have no set schedule. I just do my thing. I'm gonna have to think about how to make that pink for the mouth. That's just a marker limitation. I might have a pink in like a non-Copic that I could use. Different brand of marker. I would just have to do that at the end because I don't know how they go over each other. I don't know how they'll mix. But then again, the mouth is pretty isolated. I could probably pretty safely just throw that down. Really need to be careful if you're going to mix marker brands or types, you know, go like water to alcohol in like an area like the body where things all mix together and you want to do delicate work. Hello, user TM4FFAGE4V. Corbart says, Stephen, what do you think your baby's first word will be outside of Mama and Dada? Shunyata. Emptiness. Seriously. I actually considered naming my kid Cassian, which means empty. And then I found out that it's the name of the protagonist of some Star Wars show, and I was like, ugh. Killed that name real quick. Now everyone is going to think you are a nerd. Yeah. That's why I didn't do it. I'd arrived there from the from another name that I liked, the Italian Casio, which also means empty, though I think in that etymology it's more like hollow. Yeah, we were looking for alternatives. Wound up really liking Cassian. That was a nice couple days. And yeah, I made the mistake of, well, not a mistake, good thing. Googled it, and it was like, Cassian, some, star of Andor or whatever. Main character, protagonist of Andor, and I was like, nope. No thanks. Again, no one's ever gonna think it's about the cool etymology. They'll just be like, wow, do you love Andor? Me too, man. Such a good show. So cool you named your kid after the main character. Pass. Pass. Casio like the calculator? Yeah, pronounced the same, but with one S. Isn't there also a calculator brand named Casio? Yes. There's also characters in Shakespeare named Cassio. Aren't you named after the guy from Minecraft? Yes. My mom was a huge Minecraft fan. I think I should make some of these dark spots bigger. Gravy the Cloth says, secured my art supplies and dragged out my markers because of this stream. We did it, folks. That's why we do it. That's why we got in the game, baby. To make people draw. You see, I work for drawing. And every time you draw, Steven gets his wings. A little more variety. That's a principle of design, you know. You'd know all about that if you took my incredible new course, Design Fundamentals, which is right now, for the last day, on sale for Black Friday. Come tomorrow, after I feed my baby, have my morning coffee, I'm strolling right on up here, cracking my knuckles, and raising the price. I'm raising the price. Crowbar says, currently drawing and pulling an all-nighter. Can you tell me a bedtime story, Steven? No sleeping until the drawings are done. No sleep for you, Gorobard. Ask me again when the drawings are done, and we'll see. For now, you need to be awake. Awake, arise, or be forever fallen. Princes, potentates, warriors, the flower of heaven, once yours, now lost, if such astonishment as this can seize eternal spirits. Or have you chosen this place, after the toil of battle, to repose your wearied virtues, for the ease you find to slumber here as in the vales of heaven? Or in this abject posture have ye sworn to adore the conqueror, who now beholds cherub and seraph rolling in the flood with scattered arms and ensigns, till anon his swift pursuers from heaven gates discern the advantage and, descending, tread us down, thus drooping, or with linked thunderbolts transfix us to the bottom of his gulf? Awake, arise, or be forever fallen. Can I quote Jesus even once? Do I have a single, can I quote Jesus at all? Can I quote Satan? No problem. Which do you want to hear? Gabriel Lucifora says, I'm raising the price. My wife and I used to say that whenever I was going to have to do a call to negotiate a rate. It was like our little stim. We're raising the price. The price has gone up. It wasn't, I know, it was like, whenever we would be, I know you guys, this is relationship inside jokes, but it's like, whenever we would be talking through what I should charge, there's always this experience, if you guys have done, everyone has probably experienced this at some point when trying to figure out a rate. As you're talking through it, you make the job like sound harder and harder, or like how you can totally do it. And as you're talking through it, you realize you could charge more. So like as we'd be talking about it, you'd like make a point and be like, actually that part's gonna be really hard. We're raising the price. The price has gone up. All right, so here's the problem. So I got the blue pencil so I could do some cooler subtones in the black symbiote fluid and then pop true white highlights into those. But I don't think this chalk will go into the blue. Oh wait, it will. Fantastic, never mind. Or does it? Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's see, do I have a bright red chalk? Maybe even a little orange. Tom says, hey Steven, do you ever feel like you are drawing worse? Like some days I've got it locked in, but the past 3 days my brain is just in limp mode. I can't visualize the shape. It's like all hard. You're probably just tired. When I feel like I'm drawing worse than usual, I always just know it's because I'm beat. I've probably been drawing every day for weeks. No rest, no inspiration, no time to get inspired. Just take a break. That red doesn't work. Definitely don't get in your head about regressions and stuff like that. I don't think that's real. This orange is nice, but it's a damn Prismacolor pencil, which sucks. I hate Prismacolors. I want a pastel. RG says, can we truly expect to create freely from imagination with your course? How deep does the course go to achieve that? Not my course or anybody else's course can be the end-all, be-all, easy path to creating freely from your imagination. That is a extremely tricky and subtle art, not a science, an art that has been the ultimate goal of hundreds of thousands of artists throughout the history of art. It's no mere thing. It's no mere thing. But I know that the knowledge that's in my courses will absolutely contribute. But it's not something that anyone can hand off to you. To create freely from your imagination comes from piling up hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of personal eurekas and insights, and most importantly, just building up familiarity with what you want and what you like and how you are going to do things. It can't be built on what others tell you to do. Helps a little bit. Why do you hate Prismacolors? They're too waxy. I like pastels and I like oil-based colored pencils, like the Faber-Castell Polychromos. I have a black one here somewhere. Yeah. This is a Faber-Castell Polychromos. You know, these are another brand of colored pencils, but these are oil-based, not wax-based. And I find I much prefer those working qualities. I hate the wax bloom that comes from Prismacolors and other wax-based pencils. Feels like I can't layer at all. It just feels like as soon as I've taken 2 passes over one spot, boom, you're done. Oh, the paper can't accept any more. I'm getting mad just thinking about it. Oh God, why do I get? Oh my! I feel like I'm gonna pass out from anger just thinking about it. Maybe I took the name too literal of the course. The course is called Form from Imagination. It's focused on form, right? You asked, will I truly be able to create freely from imagination? That's a different question, right? That's a broader, that's characters, story, the invention of your heart song, right? Form is going to be a part of that, but Form from Imagination is focused on form. It's focused on form. Now, if you're asking me, will I be able to freely invent form from imagination with the course? You will absolutely have all of the concepts that you need to do so. You may need some mileage to do it gracefully, but I really think I put all the concepts that you need in there. I mean, it's one element of art. It's just form. It's so long. I mean, it's many, many hours of content. I forget. It's over like 50 videos. It's like a solid like 9 hours of really focused instruction. And we're not talking like 9 hours of live streams informed from imagination. Nothing like that. It's 9 hours of scripted, focused delivery of demonstration, edited down to be just what's important, going from stage to stage to stage in drawing. It's very, very focused, very intense. But no, like, I mean, you know, all that stuff always comes down to how much work you're willing to put in, you know? These are not easy concepts to master. I think that's all the reds that I have. I think that's all the reds that I have, and none of them are really quite the tone that I need. Damn shame that. Maybe a little bit of like some pale yellow would do it. Maybe this orange, but I feel like he's already got borderline too much orange in him. Joe says, Stephen, why do children babies have such an easy time from imagination, albeit without skill, but it has to be relearned as an adult? It's a great question, Joe. You're the one with the psychology degree, you tell me. Shit. Didn't you take a childhood development class at any point? I mean, seriously, why do I have to answer everything? Why do I have to have all the answers? Just because it's my stream? Pencil's not getting much sharper. All right, let's see these oranges, if this will give us what we're looking for. No, not really. I'm dreaming of a particular kind of light pink tone that really would have changed everything for me here. Joe says, yes, I did, but you have a baby. I mean, it's clear. It's just, you know, they don't judge themselves. That's all it is. At least to me, that's pretty clear. My kid can't draw yet, so I haven't been exposed to the... I haven't had my chance to observe yet. These pastels don't do well in this pencil sharpener. Completely destroyed. The tips keep breaking off in there. Fortunately, that's a good sharpener. I don't think it's jammed. I think I just need to turn the sharpener upside down and the tip will fall out, but I don't want to do that on stream. Stream. Oh, damn it. I think I put my white chalk in the bag with the other rejects. Where did it go? Maybe I could put a little orange in some of the symbiote goo when it's in the shadow, and then that'll make it feel like it's catching a different warm light source. I'm liking playing with like the alternate materiality. Like the goo being more reflective and the red of his body being a little more matte. What skill range do you recommend for FFI? It's absolutely appropriate for beginners. I mean, the first thing you do is render a sphere, right? Render a sphere, render a cylinder, render a cube, which is obviously about as beginner as it gets, right? If you're going to struggle with a sphere, obviously anything else is going to be tough. But I wouldn't say it's for the absolute beginner. I think the absolute beginner should just be drawing happily in their sketchbook to get used to their material. Just forget doing anything particular, anything conceptual, like making a sphere, making this, making that. It's like just understanding the fun flow of putting down graphite, just making shapes, things like that. Very childlike. I think that that's a first step that gets skipped by a lot of people, and I think that's not good. But really just like, just a notch up from absolute beginner, but still a beginner, is totally fine for FFI, I think. I do think you need to be quite serious, because I take the concepts very seriously. Like, if I'm going to teach you how to render a sphere, I want you to understand why a sphere looks the way it does. And that's actually quite heady. And not everybody is really on that level, you know, not everybody is thinking about it on that level. Some people are thinking about it just like, tell me what shape to put where to make sphere look cool. And it's like, if that's how you're thinking, FFI is going to be tough, because it's much more serious than that, you know, much more involved. You know, it's like, we're going to start from, see, even a sphere isn't really step zero. Step zero is lights. What is the nature of a light source, right? Do you realize there's a difference between what a small light source does and a big light source does? Is that a completely new notion to you? Because that's actually where form begins. It's like that decides what things look like before even the shape itself does. So we start all the way back. We start with photons, we start with big light source, small light source, and then we explain the science of how that makes forms appear to the human eye. Then we cover the modeling factors, the 12 things that light and shadow do that make light and shadow understandable to the eyes of a person. So these are detailed, long lectures that are all happening before you even draw a sphere. And then you go into drawing a sphere with all of this knowledge in there. It's very serious. And then you draw a sphere. It's like, and I'm not expecting perfect work from anyone taking the course, right? If I was going to expect perfect work from someone, they wouldn't need the course, right? So it's not that I'm expecting perfect work just because it's serious. I just mean that I want people to have a sophistication of understanding and of vocabulary and of real knowledge about what's making stuff look the way it does, even if they don't get perfect results, you know? So it's like, you definitely don't need to be at a level to do perfect drawings, but it's like when you get feedback, if you get the feedback version of FFI, we're talking about like your core shadow is wrong and here's why. Your ambient occlusion is wrong and here is why. The shape of your reflected light is wrong and here is why, you know? Hi, Kyo. No worries, I'm always happy to stream. Thank you for being here. Round brush, what about the other end of things? Would someone decently advanced get much out of it? I mean, if it's like advanced in what? You know, form for imagination is about form, right? So if you feel like your form is lacking, I think you would definitely get something out of it. I also, just like design fundamentals, I can often do the just the vocabulary test, right? It's like someone who's decently advanced, right? Can you name all 12 modeling factors? off the top of your head. Could you write me 2 paragraphs each about what is diffuse reflection and what is specular reflection? Can you explain the difference between what a small light source does and what a large light source does? It's like if those questions stump you, it's like, yeah, you'll definitely learn something from the course. Steven, am I allowed to apply FFI knowledge to draw formful anime waifus, or is it forbidden to do so? It is forbidden to do so, of course. Seriously, do not do that. I swear to God, seriously, do not do that. Do not apply form, TM. The element of art form is trademarked by me, and I control it, and I have the legal power to exploit it, and I'm the only one with the legal power to exploit it. So if I see you exploiting it on anime waifus, see you in court. See you in court. See you in court, and my suit is much nicer than yours, and my lawyer's suit is much nicer than your lawyer's suit. See you in court. And in the cafeteria of the courthouse, staring at you while you eat your country fried steak or whatever the special is in the courthouse cafeteria that day. Me, I'll be over here staring at you, eating my tofu mixed vegetables or whatever the fuck it is that I have to eat while I look at you. You stealing piece of garbage. Pedro Ceci says, can I download the course to watch offline? No, unfortunately, no. In a nicer world where people were not rabid to pirate the course and sell it themselves to make money for themselves, I would happily let you download the videos to watch them offline. But considering how many people want to not just get the course for free, but then make their own money off of it, no, you can't download the videos, unfortunately. But God damn. Considering the amount of people that want to run a business off of my business, no. Do I have an eraser out? Are the highlights on black veins or whatever also just white pencil? Yeah, white chalk pencil. And a little blue, so there's a little variety. So it looks like the black is kind of a more reflective material, catching some ambient light or something. So like I said, if someone wanted to do that, could they not just screen record the course and do the same? They could, but the course is so big that they haven't. You see, leeches who want to run their business by stealing somebody else's business, you're just like, all right, I'll just take that guy's thing and now I sell it and now that's my money. The kind of leech who's going to do that is also too lazy to even sit there and screen record the videos. Look, the actual answer is, of course, nothing can stop a properly motivated thief. Everybody knows that, but I also don't have to make their job easier. You get what I'm saying? Very fun to draw, but I think to make it look the way that I want, I really need that intermediary value for the reds. I need like a light, like a paler red that goes lighter than this. Almost pinkish, hopefully more holding red. But I definitely don't hate my results. Whoop, gonna sneeze. I am gonna sneeze. Could have been worse. I know you were all worried about me. My wife always says I sneeze very dramatically. I'm like, I'm not dramatic about anything, dear wife of mine. And don't you ever talk about me like that again. Ever. See, down here I'm practicing being more dramatic with the black shapes, something that I learned working up there. I'm trying to put into practice more from the beginning. These already look better to me, more useful for my setup than the smaller shapes that I did up there. Get a couple more flyaways. Apply some of the shapes of normal human anatomy with them as well. Kaiser says, how do you separate doing with like for fun, doing art for fun or to express yourself without getting into fine art territory or worrying about making a way more complex piece than it should be? I don't know. You know, for me, I kind of always know when I'm making fine art, you know. Like right now, it's just clear to me that I'm just drawing for fun, you know? Cool comic book character, spooky ghost face. I don't know. When I have a piece of fine art coming out of me, I can feel the different headspace, you know? It's like very, very high-minded, you know? Very abstract. I don't know, it's about the themes that I'm connecting with, you know? It's always some very personal, very weird stuff. It's like I can almost tell because I can look at it and be like, all right, I'm the only person who's gonna like this. That'll let you know for sure. Oops. Maybe I can do... It's all right if parts of this drawing come out inconsistent because it's just an experiment. Sketchbook experiment line. Maybe I can do sort of muscle striations with the darker cardinal. Darker cardinal marker first. Whoop, getting very hungry all of a sudden. And then I can just lay a full pass of vermilion over this and see how this looks. Maybe this will leave the muscly striation stuff more defined. Goodbye, Stefalal. 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 Dante Lobo Blanco gives 5,000 ARS. I don't know what ARS is actually. Maybe someone in the chat does. But I'm going to assume that 5,000 ARS is about 80 million US dollars. So thank you so much. I mean, I don't want to overreact here, but this is fucking huge. I mean, I'm rich, baby. Forget all the worries about pure, uncut Colombian coffee. My son will have all the pure, uncut Colombian coffee he will ever want. All right, Dante Lola Blanco says, Stephen, one of my students just thanked me profusely for the way I teach art, and I wanted to extend that gratitude. During the pandemic, your live streams were a lifeline for me. Now I live off teaching art. I'm currently working on a commission that's paying quite well. I'm connected to my own creative process. I feel part of a lineage. Thank you. Oh, the last part brings me more joy than you can imagine. Connected to a lineage. Part of a lineage. That's what it's all about. I love to hear that. I am honored, truly honored to have intersected with your practice in whatever way I have. Even if it was a small contribution, it is a great honor. I consider people's art practices to be sacred things. So to have influenced someone else's practice, to have nudged their demon one way or the other, a great honor. Truly, I want you to know that. Happy drawing. Congrats on being a good teacher. They're rare in art, having good teachers. It's a great thing that you're one of them out there making students happy. I'm sure that student is very glad. Keep it up. The connection to the lineage. Feels like maybe that's something that's read between the lines by some people, but it's a theme of this channel. It's a beautiful thing, something amazing that's available in art that I think a lot of people miss out on. You can really feel like you're holding hands with all the masters of the past, It's a wonderful thing. Oh. I'm getting the gurgly tumbly. And I think I can smell dinner wafting in through the door. I'm close here. So I'm gonna start wrapping this up. How far are we? Yeah, we're gonna be at about 5 hours. So if you have any questions while I wrap up here, throw them in the chat. Try to answer before I leave. And I'll just do a little more poking, a little more goosing on this carnage here before I go. Goodbye, Radu Draws. Oh. Kaiser Cross says, Argentine pesos. It's actually one of the most devalued currencies on the planet. God help us all. Making art is brutal here. Well, you know what? In my heart, it's worth 8 million US dollars. Now to convince my wife of that. Here's a lesson learned. I got to put more form on this to make this feel like a bent leg. It doesn't really feel like a thigh and then a lower leg bent on each other, just because the textures break up the reed. Have to get with a little bit more planning. If I knew the textures were going to do that, I could have planned ahead to avoid it, but right now it's pretty abysmal. Romer says, do you have any content for graphite techniques specifically? Most likely too advanced for FFI at this point. Well, I mean, FFI is where I teach my graphite technique in the greatest depth, but it's mostly through practice. I mean, if you're just sort of looking like for just if you're looking for just like the graphite thinking layer, it's actually pretty simple. And that's a lot of that is captured in the video that I have on Proko's channel called How to Shade Complex Forms. I draw a harpy in it. You know, if form from imagination is like the full depth and also me giving the exercises, like, because you have to understand, yes, you're doing a sphere, but the demos in form from imagination are done in pencil. So I'm teaching you how I do, that is to say, how I draw in graphite, how to render a sphere in pencil. And that is how I sort of render everything, right? So there it really gets at it through the exercises. But if you're not interested in the exercises, if doing spheres sounds, you know, too basic for you, see what you can get just from that video on Proko, How to Shade Complex Forms. Stomach gurgles are getting so loud, I'm sure they're getting picked up by the microphone now. The mind is willing, but the body is weak. Would love to take like white gouache and outline this this near arm. Trying to do it with the chalk, but some white paint would really be the way to go. Getting close to signing off, folks. Hunger is defeating me right now. So remember, happy drawing, keep drawing. You got the courses, they're on sale, Black Friday, baby. Remember, I wake up tomorrow and I'm raising the price. Helps a little bit. That arm back there, that pentimenti of the receding arm. You know, in the age of AI, plastic porcelain, super refined everything, we can leave it. The thought process of a real human being. AI cannot have pentimenti because it cannot have regrets. And Amalogta says, nice work, bro. Thank you. And Amalogta says, some told me to draw like you today. Who said that? Koi says, the highlights on the black goo are so good, now I gotta draw. That's how you know you did good highlights. When the highlights alone are so good that someone has to pick up a pen. Someone sees the highlights and they go, oh, no, can't resist, must draw. That's how you know you did good highlights. Nail. I should consider trying out pastel pencils. Any recommendations? These are Stabilo Carbothellos. I don't know if you could see that. These are really the only ones I've used. I've always thought they were good. I think Karan Dash, however it's pronounced, also makes pastel pencils. I'm sure I've tried them at some point, but I don't know. I don't remember them being like noticeably different. All right, there it is. We'll leave it there for now. I think that's good work for the day. Hey,
Just checking in.
I'm about to sign off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you eat dinner yet?
Not yet.
Okay, I'll leave with you.
Okay.
See you soon. Good test. Good experiment. Good 5 hours of drawing. So we drew that guy, that thing, that duder. We drew this yellow flying eyeball, also a marker. A couple of all these things we drew as well, little doodles. This stuff we did last stream. I think that's everything we drew, right? Maybe some of this stuff. Did we draw some of this stuff? I might have worked on this guy a little bit. Sort of what got me into the idea of trying Carnage. Learning the characters, learning, all right, if I'm gonna do red with black and then I could do the material thing, it's like on the iterations you can really kind of, like each one could get better. You know, you get to know what the character needs a little bit better. I'm raising the price. The materials are resisting me there. I can't put white everywhere that I want to, because the different materials are meeting and not liking each other. But that's why paint would be better. If I had a little white gouache on a brush, I could put white wherever I want. Fun. Drawing is insanely fun. Drawing is the best. Drawing is the best. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Again, check out the courses, Form for Imagination, Design Fundamentals. The links are in the description to those. And I also have a bunch of shorter tutorials on Proco. Those are also on sale for Black Friday through Proco's Black Friday sale. So just everything that you can get from me is on sale. Now's a great time to get it. If you get it, I greatly appreciate the support, of course. The tutorials and videos and courses are my main income now. So if you pick them up, you're keeping the streams going, you're keeping me doing this, you're keeping me from having to, let's be honest, utterly disappear into client work land, because that's the way that it goes. So I'm just hugely thankful for the people who support me and who let me actually be around and streaming and posting work instead of disappearing behind the veil of NDAs and things like that. And when will I be back? So it might be a little tough for the rest of the week. I knew I wanted to stream a lot so that people didn't miss the sale. But I've got my mom visiting from out of town on Wednesday, and she'll be here for a week. And obviously I want to spend a lot of time with her while she's here. So might be a little tough to stream this week. And I can't do it tomorrow because I'm watching Baby Is My Charge all day tomorrow. So might be a little tough this week. But after that, we're right back to it. You'll be seeing a lot of me. I do love streaming. But if I do find a little gap at night, when mom's not around, I'll I'll hop on. You'll see me on stream. All right, everybody. Goodbye to Anirudh. Goodbye to Carswells. Goodbye to Burhan Arslan. Goodbye to Nifty Nozzle, Jojo Alucius, Cloudhopper, Nick Freud, Roundbrush, Nemogtist, Gravy the Cloth, Quace, Roundbrush. Are these handles getting harder to say? User. It's definitely because YouTube switched what everybody's display name is. Radu Draws, and of course, Crazy 2720. And Kyokusei. Don't forget Kyokusei. Spade Claw, goodbye. And of course, to the army of anonymous users, goodbye. Goodbye. Take care, everybody. Peace.